Once again the world might fall prey to an ancient evil. Once again we're hurled into darkness and great upheaval. Those who can enlist, let's unite and we'll fight together. We must save the crystals or orbs or the moon, whatever. Come, let's fly. We'll sail where the wind may take us through that starry sky. 'Cause apparently back then they had ships that could do that. Draw your sword and stick it in trees that have human features. Journey toward the thicket and steal shit from woodland creatures. Though the villain shames us, we'll pwn all his dark abettors. Funny how our names all contain less than 7 letters. Shine your light, the forces of evil can't outlast a mage a knight. A weird little kid and a ninja master, key change move, raise our levels high, cross the mountains and plains and oceans. Don't forget to buy several buttloads of tents and potions. Storm the villain's hideout and keep your courageous spirit. Scream a battle cry loud enough that the bitch can hear it. Finally, the hunter of souls shall be the hunted. Now they'll see we'll save humankind like we always wanted. When we were little, summer days were dancing in our jammies, 'cause we made Final Fantasy.
Good morning! My gunbreaker is level 80 now. So we are going to do the end walking. Oh, 666 skill. That's a specific price. While such briefings are seldom exciting affairs, their importance in coordinating our efforts with our allies cannot be overstated. In that regard, Elaine and Riol have been most dependable. I didn't expect to see you here, but if you enjoy the intelligence briefings, you've come to the right place. I forget what we're talking to them about specifically. I like that guy's outfit. The coat's nice. Look who it is! What brings you two here? Wouldn't have anything to do with the big meeting, would it? In a manner of speaking, I've been assigned a task, you see. Oh yeah, Alphino wants to be like, Crystal Braves. They failed, but why? Which I require the assistance of former members of the Crystal Braves. So you want to know why we decided to stick with the Scions, eh? Ain't an easy thing to put to words, that. As Riol will attest, I spent a long time agonizing over my failure to alert you to the traitors in our midst. For my negligence, I was captured along with many others, and we were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. Not a day goes by that I do not think back to those fateful events. By joining the Scions, I hope to redeem myself, and I'll continue to serve the cause as long as I'm able. But that wasn't my only reason. When we were finally reunited at the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Braves. And in spite of everything that happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would not have blamed you had you turned us away, but you gave us your trust instead. What else could we do but try to repay it? Nothing, that's what. As for me own tell, well, I've always felt the Scions have something in common with me old crew. The duty of the strong to protect the weak, that was our creed. I still live to it by this day. Gaius would love you. You get along with Gaius. But as time goes on, I've learned that strength comes in many shapes and sizes. From Hoary Boulder to Mistress Tataru, we've all got something to offer. And not one of us is doing it for personal gain, because we believe there's more important things than that. Things worth protecting, which is what being a Scion's all about. I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Forgive me, could you... Why do you think the Crystal Braves ended in failure? Its founding ideals were something to be proud of, but ideals alone don't make a crew. For every swab who signed up with good intentions, there was another who was only in it for the coin, or glory, or both. Ours was quite a disparate band, and while I'll never forgive Ilbert, the fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in large part to his efforts. Just a pity he was doing it for the wrong reasons, eh? Only takes one bad apple, as they say, and the Braves had a barrel of them. Not like the Scions. We might look like a ragtag band of misfits, but deep down, we've all got that shared sense of purpose. And why? Because Tataru sifted out all the glory hunters before they made it through the door. I see. So all our ranks comprise a diverse range of people, each with their own individual strengths. We are all united in purpose. Thank you, my friends. With your sole permission, I shall make a record of our discussion and refer to it when drafting my recommendations. Until we meet again. Alphinaud's keen to hear what Eorzea and Grahati have learned from the Braves who turned their back on the cause. I think we have taken up enough of our colleagues' time, and I'm conscious that less life-affirming testimonies await. Let's make our way to Gridania and hear what the others have learned. I want to make sure that this matches. Oh, wait. Update gear set. On the way here, I took the opportunity to write up my notes from our conversation with Elaine and Rio. All that remains is to add Eorzea and Grah's findings, whatever they may be. When Eorzea sets her mind on something, there's no stopping her, and her mind truly was set on finding former Braves. For a while, I even feared what she might do to them, but in any event, she was admirably civil for the most part. Thanks to Tataru's dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of former Braves without any great difficulty. Some were forthright, others less so, but we heard enough to form a picture. I must warn you, Alphinaud, some of their comments were harsh. I can well imagine, but their opinions are no less vital to my report. I seek the unvarnished truth. Thank you. I'll set about adding your findings to my own at once. In the meantime, pray go ahead to Little Solace and seek out Elder Frixio. I'll join you anon. Oh, wait. Do you have new words for me? Leave your itinerary report and join the others in the little solace. I shan't keep you waiting long. I know how playful the sylphs can be. Okay. Though I had the honor of sharing a table with Elder Frixio and Alamigo, I did not have an opportunity to speak with him. I do hope my studies have granted me a sufficient grasp of his people's customs. Now think about it. Of the four of us, only you and Alphino have had any real experience conversing with the sylphs. It can't be that hard, can it? Welcome, Brave One and friends of Brave One. How good it is to see walking ones again on so soon after the meeting. Should this one perform the customary dance of greeting? No, be at ease. It is true that these ones once delighted in making walking ones dance, but no more. Horned One Kane-sen said that walking ones would be coming to Little Solace. Imperial ones also invaded Sylphlands and abducted many of these ones, so these ones will be glad to bear messages between fighting friendly ones. It's heartening to hear, Elder. We will require all ones to work in unison to stop the Telophoroi. These ones will try very hard, of course, but in matters of war, these ones have little experience. Any advice walking ones could provide would be most welcome. Oh, another pretty silver-haired one, and in quite a hurry, it seems. Alice, you must come quickly. Whatever's the matter, Alphino? Don't tell me. You couldn't read my handwriting. No! A Twin Adder officer accosted me as I was about to set out. Charlian has sent an envoy who is due to arrive in Gridania at any moment. An envoy? Could it be that Kryles managed to sway the Forum? We shall know soon enough, but there's more. The envoy has requested that two of us attend audience with the Elder Seedseer. Really? I can see why they might want Scions to be present, but us specifically... Wait, it isn't who I think it is. It is. I could scarce believe it myself, but when I inquired as to the envoy's identity, I was told that it was one Forchant Leveilleur. Your father? Well, the fact that a serving member of the Forum has journeyed here would be surprise enough, but him? Quite. I glean that from this they're taking the matter quite seriously. That may be, but why him and not one of the other 98 Forum members, unless he volunteered for it? It's been quite some time since you last saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he's concerned for your well-being? Perhaps, but he's always been reluctant to discuss his work with us. Indeed, and whenever we write to our parents, it's invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet with him after so long, even if it is secondary to his true purpose here. Elder Frixio, I loathe that I am to cut our visit short. We must return to Gridania. Pray accept my apologies, along with the report. Never mind, there'll be time to talk later. This one won't keep walking ones for more urgent matters. Go! The audience will be held at Lotus Stand, where Elder Seedseer awaits us even now. Let us be on our way. I think I know what's coming because I've seen a screenshot that I believe is from this meeting. Welcome, Warrior of Light. Elder Seedseer and your friends are waiting within. My nose is really stuffy. During my time in Charlian, I heard much of Forshaw Livier. He's a gifted speaker, known amongst other things for the uncompromising application of foreign policy. 99 may seem a rather lot of members, but before the Forum was founded, every person of age in Charlian was given equal say in its governance. Many of the institutions are still active today that were established by the people's vote, not least the Studium. As Alice and I were constantly reminded during our time there, it's an example of what can be achieved through absolute democracy. After all this time away, it'll be good to see my father, even if it's at an official meeting. My friends, I thank you all for coming so swiftly. Word of Master Forshant's visit to us took us quite by surprise. When the Alliance granted Mistress Kryle permission to request Charlian's aid, we did not anticipate so prompt a reply, much less that it would be delivered by a member of the Forum. What the nature of the reply may be, we shall soon discover.
Elder Seedseer, I thank you for granting me this audience.
You sound kind of like Eorzea if he was not speaking all in Old English.
I am Forshano Levea.
Forshano.
In my capacity
Forshano.
as representative of the Forum.
It is I who should thank you, Master Forshano, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health.
I like their dad's outfit.
Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisois, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the primals. Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene. And my position remains unchanged.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Charlian stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life. Who we are. But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Charlian will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald, one in which Charlian will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider. You may feel safe on your little island across the waves, but if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline. But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear.
To ignore the plight of those who might conceivably save, one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it's indolence.
I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike him, you should know better. By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy. Alphino, Alize, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
Yeah, okay, so I saw this in a screenshot, because somebody was like, Warrior of Light takes out adoption papers. I've had these ready for a while now. Yeah, it's fine, the Scions will adopt you guys. Your dad seems like an asshole.
What?
Father.
How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Master Fortuno, while Sharlayan may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Sharlayan's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Father, wait!
Don't bother, Alize.
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
It's not so very long ago that we had a friend and neighbor in Sharlayan, so I clung to the hope that she might yet lend us strength, but when she forsook Dravania, it seemed she forsook us all. In order to avoid conflict with Garlemald, the Forum went so far as to order the abandonment of an entire city-state. Their refusal to aid us now is, I'm sorry to say, entirely consistent with their historic position. Is it we who walk the path to ruin? Time will tell. So that's what he came here to say? That we're all fools for having the temerity to defend ourselves against the Telophoroi? And as for the rest, like it or not, this is the Forum's decision to watch from afar while Eorzea burns. Father was but the messenger, and he has handed down their judgment. I could think of nothing to say that could possibly sway him, and I still can't. To prolong the discussion would have changed little, for it's not only Master Fortuno who must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. Their decision was made ere your father crossed the sea. Nor is it like to be changed, and so we shall face the Telophoroi without their aid. Forgive me, but if they had no intention of helping us, why would they go through the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why had they not simply kept their counsel as they are wont to do? Has Master Fortuno arrived yet? It's as I feared. My efforts were in vain. I pleaded our case to as many Forum members as I could, but they flatly refused to discuss the matter. That's not exactly true. I should rather say that they ignored every single word I said on the subject, without exception. It was almost unnerving. Could it be that they're hiding something from us? That it might go some way to explain Master Fortuno's performance? When he said that they wouldn't know if the final days were truly upon us, I dismissed it as pride, but what if he genuinely believed that they know how the world will end and simply disagree with us about the circumstances? That I don't know, but something tells me they're not as unconcerned about the Telophoroi as they claim. If the threat weren't real, why else would they be so standoffish and secretive? I would very much like to help delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I've exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I fared any better with my other mission in researching Heidelin in the Ethereal Sea. I tried enlisting the help of experts in the field, but it appears the Forum's forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. Obstructed at every turn. So it would seem, but don't lose heart just yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintances we have between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I would like you all to join me here, when the time is right, of course. I'm aware that matters in Eorzea stand on a knife's edge, but with your permission, I can at least start making the necessary arrangements. I've always wanted to visit Sharlayan. And so you shall, albeit under less than happy circumstances. It may take a while to secure entry for your arrival, but I'll let you know when everything's in order. Look after yourselves in the meantime, won't you? Your speculation gives me cause to hope. Yet if these seeds bear fruit, I cannot say. While it's possible that Sharlayan hides some secret from us, there can be no certainty that its exposure will prompt them in a change of heart, and so for the present, we must needs confront the plight which we find ourselves. The Forum has refused to our request for aid, and it falls to us alone to contend with the Telophoroi. Even with all of Eorzea standing united, there's no guarantee that we'll prevail. What does Sharlayan intend to do if we fail? With their knowledge, Sharlayan could have done so much for the cause. They could have helped us uncover the secrets of the towers and save the tempered captives within, yet... gods! Throughout my childhood, I remember grandfather arguing with my father over Sharlayan policy of non-intervention, and this time it was my turn to play the role. Even if grandfather could not win him over, what chance had I? If words exist that may sway him, I know not what they are. The Forum includes representatives from all over Sharlayan's central institutions. With them hindering Kral's investigation, she'll struggle to make any headway on her own. Death unto Dawn! Final one. While Sharlayan's stance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There's much and more to be done. And I shall begin by sharing the Forum's response with my counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I would ask that the Scions... Grave tidings, walking ones! Grave tidings! Calm yourself, my gentle friend. What has occurred? These ones who went to see feathered ones send of terrible news. Destroying ones have appeared in Zelfatol. Destroying ones, and captured ones, and even frightfully godly ones, feathered ones didn't stand a chance and were sent flapping and squawking. When did this happen? Is it too late to help them? Too late, yes, much too late, but luckily destroying ones were only passing through and continued on west. Feathered ones who did not fight were left unharmed. West would be Kurthus. My lady, Ishgardians report that Telophoroi have emerged from the eastern highlands of Kurthus and are marching at speed. Though their purpose is yet to be determined, the Cartano Flats would seem the most likely destination. Lord Emmerich has already dispatched his forces and requests our immediate support. Tell him he shall have it. Time has come for the Grand Company of Eorzea to prove its worth. Well, mayhap it's a mercy that we do not have time to stew upon our misfortunes. Come, my friends, make haste to Cartano. This one almost forgot. Destroying ones were said to be led by a cackling robed one. This one must see that all walking ones know. Farewell. Then Daniel? Who else? It was only a matter of time before that grinning maniac showed himself again. I shall have an airship ready to bear you to Cartano. Please see your preparations and report to the landing with all haste. At once, my lady. Let us away. I have appraised our comrades of the Rising Stones of the situation. They'll head directly to Cartano. Alphino's been unexpectedly delayed. You should probably go and see for yourself. He's by the entrance. Upstairs? No. How? Where? No? How do I... Through the doors here? Oh, hey, Fordola. Come on, let's only take a moment, alright? It would seem Fordola has come all the way to Gordania to find us. I have explained the situation, but she insists her business is urgent. Aye, it'll be over sooner if you shut up and come with me. Is he in a wheelchair?
Arenvold! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Took Alphino 2 seconds to realize he's in a
because
wheelchair.
you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The Chirurgeons say I may never walk again.
Did he have his...
Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Look, Alfino.
Yeah, he's got a
You're
boot
an hour
on
hero.
and a cast over
To
the
me
boot.
and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them.
Like, the cast shouldn't go over your clothes. You should not be wearing anything where the cast is, right? We'll be sure to give your regards to the Telophoroi.
I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be. To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
Alphino, you saved an entire world.
I wouldn't presume to tell you.
We saved an entire
I will
world.
say this.
Already. Once.
In spite of everything, you've come this far.
Yeah. Despite everything, it's still you.
The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend.
Arnvald, do you want to adopt him? He currently has been disowned by his family.
I've said my piece, so I'll let you go.
You seem like a better
I've
dad.
got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I like Fordola's armor, too. Fashionable yet practical. Could do without the, like, 20...
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Without the, like, 20, like, satchels, but pretty good.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero. Do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
Are you guys an
You're
item
content
now?
to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. Then I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
I'd rather doubt that Bordolo obtained the Chirurgeon's permission before bringing Arenvald halfway across the realm, and sorely to deliver a message at that. They should both have known better, but what's done is done. I will not soon forget his words. After Paglethon, I had assumed the Telophoroi would continue to target settlements, but it's plain they consider Zelphatol a mere obstacle in the road to Cartano. What then draws them to the flats? We must keep a close eye on their movements. You can tell me later what that was all about, but judging by the set of Alphino's jaw, it appears that we've done him some good. Thancred and the others have already left the Rising Stones, and according to the communications officer, Amalja and Kobold forces are also bound for Cartano as we speak. They mean to keep the promise they made in Alamigo, and we must do the same, by saving as many of their tempered kin as possible. Anyway, the airship's ready to depart. We should get going. Upon joining the battle at Cartano, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to prepare in the battle and view these scenes in their entirety. I got 4 hours till I gotta work. That hopefully will be an Endwalker by then. Your progress through the battle will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter the battle associated with other quests or log out from the game, progress will be lost. Enter battles associated with other quests. Let's do the thing.
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Charlian, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design. And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
Again, we saved an entire world.
Good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the Tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
Listen well, friends. The Telophoroi are sweeping across Cart now. As for the Ascian, he was briefly sighted above the battlefield, but he's since vanished. He likely intends to watch events unfold from afar. Thus far, the movements of the lunar primals have proven difficult to predict. Even when poised to ambush our troops, they instead withdraw for some unknown reason. Whatever the Telophoroi's plan may be, the primals are our primary targets. Understood. They'll not elude the Scions for long.
Prepare yourself.
Everyone in the temper, with luck I should have the chance to cure some of them. Where are we going? As the Scions spread across the field, Alisaie and Grara take the fight to the Telophoroi. Kingdom Hearts 3! God, somebody make these minis. Oh, roleplay time. What? I have not played Red Mage. I don't know how this works.
Allow me.
Degree of physical limitation if you're there beyond help. Imperials or no, I hate to see them in such pain. But see that their suffering is not prolonged.
Just the beginning.
Since you're in a moment respite, let's take this opportunity to cure the tempered. How do I do that? What is the temper cure button? What do we do? How do? How dost I do I use Angelo? Oh. Do you see that? The glyph? Yes. How worried should we be? Listen well and judge for yourself. Though I can see the ethereal currents, I had not thoroughly examined those that flow through the heart of Cartano. But now that I'm here, things have become clear. The flats conceal an etheric confluence, like the pillars of the Azim Steppe, but greater in scale, far greater. The glyphs that Fandaniel has conjured reach into its very midst. And I believe I know the purpose. Should the lunar primals destroy them, it would spark a chain reaction with the potential to obliterate the confluence entirely. The resultant disruption of the flow of ether would sow chaos among the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, and tempests large enough to lay the waste to the realm. That he would go so far cometh a little surprise. We must needs protect the confluence at all costs. Odin, so the time has come to pit my blade against his. Follow my lead. Okay. I've never played Astro. Do I click you and... shit. Save. There. Thancred. What do the buttons do? Oh, that's okay. That's a thing. Okay, cool. Tancred, how you doing? Okay, you're doing all right. Yu-Gi-Oh! Where are we going? I'm going with Y'shtola.
My turn.
Oh, shit. Damn it. Let's try this again. Let's just do very easy. I'm playing a healer. I don't know how to do this. Okay, so let's see. All nearby party members, targets HP. Okay, so everything is it? It restores MP. And then let's put this there. Much better. Oh, Y'shtola died. Okay, yeah, you know what? Let's just go on very easy. I don't...
protect thee.
What the?
Away with you!
There we go.
The best defense is a good defense.
Shit, Thancred! Oh, is it just not possible for the friends to die if I'm on very easy mode? You know, Rahati and Alice, they prepare to lock swords with Luna Ravana. I'm the boyfriend. Alright, hang on. Ah. Self-same moment, you stand shoulder to shoulder with Alphino and Estinian, resolved to lay Lunar Ifrit low. We got a full party here. Tank, DPS, healer. Oh. Ready to go. No, that's not fair. Got him.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you. Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
Glory be to Garlemore.
How fare the tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Do not hang your head so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
I should have been quicker. But I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right?
Well, you've come this far.
It really must count for something.
Moon! The moon's haunted! There we go. I did the thing. Oh, that art's cool. Oh. I would love... Okay, Proxy, Will, and Rowan deck is Alphino and Eorzea. It works! I'm just gonna vibe to the music. Yeah, okay, I want all this art to be, some proxies. Okay. Is that the credits? That was the credits. We're on to Endwalker now. Or recommend the Alliance keep a closer watch over Cartano. The Telophoroi may have failed in their attempt to destroy the Confluence this time, but there's not to stop them from trying again. Throughout the battle, I could not shake the feeling that all present were performing for the amusement of Fandaniel, nor did this blithe reaction to this latest defeat give me cause to think otherwise. I can only conclude that such failures are of little consequence to his broader scheme, whatever they may be. The Cartano Flats seem fated to play a prominent role in the history of the realm, do they not? I wonder, might the abundance of ether that floweth through the region have led the Alogans to entomb Omega there? It was decent of Lord Emmerich to bear us home aboard his ship. The gods only know how it would have squeezed this many people on board the Bonanza. Many though the enemy were, their numbers consisted largely of tempered beastmen, with few lunar primals to keep things interesting. The Garleans themselves ventured little and lost less. It has ever been the Empire's way to have others fight their battles, but even they would blush at the Telophoroi's use of tempered slaves. The temptation that we were able to... The tempered we were able to treat will be taken to the city-states for observation. As soon as the Alliance is satisfied that they're fully recovered, they'll be free to return home. All at the close of battle, when the clouds parted and the moon shone down on us, I cannot well express how I felt. Somehow it seemed more a beginning than an ending. Yeah, we're about to start another expansion, Alphino. Aw shit, here we go again. You should have seen my face when Lord Emmerich turned up on our doorstep. Did none of you think to send word that he was bringing you home? I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the Pride of the Ishgardian fleet. Lest you worry, Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. You have thought of everything, Lord Emmerich, and may I say how much I appreciated the hospitality you afforded us on the way home. Think nothing of it. Our destination lie in the same direction, and it afforded me the perfect opportunity to learn how my errant friend has been since he last took his leave. It would seem you have finally found a place to settle down. I merely grew weary of wandering the Far East. Returning to more serious matters, while the Telophoroi have been driven from Cartano, 'tis likely the bulk of their forces yet remain. On the evidence of the Grand Company of Eorzea's first joint military operation, however, I'm confident that we have the potential to meet such threats head-on, even without the aid of you and yours. As such, while our forces keep the Telophoroi at bay, I would ask that you apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers. A sensible division of labor. While the towers remain, so too will the threat of the lunar primals. And given our exercise in the field of etherology, we are better qualified to find a solution. That we are, especially should it happen to lie beyond the Alliance's dominion. There is a time and place for formal investigations, of course, but certain secrets are wont to hide where only the enterprising individuals may venture. I cannot agree more. There are none better suited to this task, nor any upon whom I would rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. We look forward to receiving any information you're able to uncover, and with that I must take my leave. Should you have need of my assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. Fare you well, my friends. I confess I had hoped to be able to study the towers more closely, vital as they plainly are to the Telophoroi's plans. If we can discern their ultimate function, we will be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it's almost certain the Telophoroi will mount an all-out invasion. And then it will begin. The one who awaits at the heart of the chaos will come for us, for you. Yet in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities, the final days themselves. Yes, all right, Alphino. We need a plan, not portents. As Thancred so eloquently pointed out, we are in a position to seek information from all manner of places, not least Sharlayan. According to Kryl, the Forum have been more secretive than ever of late. While this may be related to the appearance of the Telophoroi, that remains a matter of speculation. But one thing is clear, the Forum's determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Fortune? I already forget. I think it's Fortuno's performance at the Lotus Stand was enough to convince me of that. The matter beareth further investigation, I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for answers we seek than on the matter of towers. Sharlayan hath ever been a wellspring of aetherical knowledge. I care not where we go. Here or there, my lance will be ready. And what of you? Might you be persuaded to join us? Means I can have words with Fortuno. Only after I do. If he and his friends in the Forum think we'll leave them alone if they ignore us, they're in for a shock. It appears that we are in agreement. We have but to wait for Kryl to secure necessary permissions. In the meantime, there's a matter I would investigate. Does it involve tall structures? By strange coincidence, it does. At present, I have only a creeping suspicion, but with your help, I will soon find out whether my fears are warranted. Shush. Meanwhile, in the Garlean capital... Oh, he's a Reaper now. Gun Reaper. Scythe with gun. Ooh, I like your armor.
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch. Though I suppose you knew that already.
I don't have auto advance on. I wish there was an option for auto advance when it's voiced.
Ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure. Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach. The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire! To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon. Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor. And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
Cursor put in a murdery way. Yep.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically, far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
The towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Hear me. Hear me.
Rock Mom! It's been a while.
Darkness comes, and with it, the end. The fate of the star is in your
Oh, she's got an Ascian mask. No pressure. No pressure or anything.
Everything all right back there?
Moon. A solemn dawn, grim purpose shines and gazes cast towards the moonlit sky. Thus does our final curtain rise, your steps to guide what end betides. Yay! Next ship to sail. Un secundo. I'm now at the point where I can watch this. Square Enix. I got Square Enix branded Greaves. Greaves are shoes, right? That's armor shoes.
The final days were upon us. The fabric of the star had begun to fray, its lands rent by tooth and claw.
look after myself, you know. And I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
As the chaos spread, the star seemed doomed to unravel, and yet... there were those who stood in defiance of that fate.
The hour is come, Vritra. It's all or nothing.
Vritra?
The stage is set, but will our hero deign to play their part?
You took your time.
'Tis as we feared. The respite afforded this land was but fleeting. The end draweth nigh.
I knew it. This star still has secrets to tell. Take care, my friend.
So, Charlian would keep its counsel while the world is lost to ruin?
It would. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Past the far edge of fate. Ring blades dark and light. Tolling the coming of the end.
Okay, let's do the thing. Hello, Graha. How is my boyfriend doing? Not only do members of the Forum intend to adhere to their long-standing policy of non-intervention, they made a point of sending Master Fortuno here to explicitly state the fact, rather than simply refusing to involve themselves in our affairs. It would appear they are actively trying to prevent us from meddling in theirs. That does, of course, make Krell's missions securing our entry into Charlian nigh on impossible, but I'm confident that she'll find a way regardless. I have a feeling that the journey to Charlian is going to be quite a test of your nerves in more ways than one. You'll miss this place while you're away. I just know it, but for now, the best thing you can do is get plenty of rest while we wait to hear from Kryl. Do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and assess the situation which we can find ourselves. I just realized I haven't equipped my level 80 gear yet. I should do that. I'm still wearing my level 70 gear. Let's take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We've since learned that the structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophoroi. The Telophoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. This is for all of you who bought the story skip and did not read the story TLDR that we tell you to do every time you buy the story skip. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem to be able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to Arnvald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. While these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telophoroi are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Galvis, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he reclaimed his own body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital's probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in a war of secession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. Aye, during the reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume these events too were orchestrated by the Telophoroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it's only prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We'll find a way in Charlian, I'm sure of it. Master Fortuno's compliments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The Forum knows more than it's letting on. Sorry to interrupt. Just received word from Mrs. Kryl. She says that arrangements for your visit has been finalized. You're to head to Limsa Liminza and board the next ship bound for Charlian. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldesi and come to assist with the Order's restoration. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I'm eager to see it, of course. Of course, we should set off at once. I'll accompany you to the docks. They need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Alright, I need to go get pants. Oh, this armor's kind of cool looking. Okay, hang on. Before we do that, I gotta pay a visit to Yulemore. Hose offending. And then accessories. Choker offending. Bracelet offending. And then 2 rings offending. And my... I should get a new gun, too. Let's head for Limsa. Though I do like this one that I'm using. It goes with my armor that I'm glamming. There are none. Exarchic Gunblade. Where's the Mender? Mender... down this way. Repair all the things while I can. I need to sell a bunch of shit still, but... Okay. So... and then, let me see this new gun. Ooh, crystal shiny. But the handle... I like the other one because the handle matches a little bit better, even though I think this is very pretty. Glamour plate. No, so... Sword glamour. And then I can just glamour this individually. Wait. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Deep gold gunblade, that's what I want. Apply glamour. There we go. Yeah. The red hilt and bronze match my armor a bit better. Alright, cool. I'm all ready to go to the moon. Let's do it. Moon time. Going to the moon. I want to go to space. Think about space. All the space. Never thought the day would come when I'd be setting sail for home again. It always seems so far away. Sea travel's gonna be tedious, but I don't mind it. It's a rare experience for most Asgardians. I shudder to think what manner of truth awaited us beyond the Indigo Deep. Still more do I dread the prospect of discussions long overdue. Contrary to what you might think, this will be like going home for me as well. I may have learned how to survive in Limsa Lominsa, but it was in Sharlayan where I was taught, quite relentlessly I might add, the skills to properly live. I might have lived in Master Matoya's cave for a good part of my life, but even for me the thought of returning to Sharlayan is quite exciting. I can hardly imagine how it is for the others who lived most of their lives there. What a grim reason to bring you to Sharlayan. Not much to be done about it, I suppose, but I would have liked to give you the grand tour under happier circumstances. Though part of me looks forward to returning home, I have not forgotten that my father stripped us of the privileges of our family name. I hope it doesn't cause trouble with the officials upon our arrival. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Sharlayan should bring pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. You're still wasting no time in reminding you that she's a cave-dwelling cryptid. Also, we have an airship. Why did you pay for a boat? Can't we fly?
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
The boat is better for cinematic cutscenes and Sid is busy or something. Sid, but we have our own pilot. We have our own airship now. Tataru bought it for us.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
Now we're gonna get detoured into a dungeon again.
It's funny.
This is just gonna be a thing that happens every time I do an overseas voyage.
Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louisois of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Sharlayan, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hell's bent on destroying the world. And once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
You could come too. There's no sense worrying about the things we're powerless to stop.
Well, that's hardly comforting.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Coulternay! What
Coulternay.
brings you all this way?
That's how you pronounce it.
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown.
Ah, Xenos, you're the one narrating this expansion?
A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice.
This is Xenos, right?
That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
I think it's Emmett. Oh, you're right, it's Emmett. No, you're right. Xenos is more like gravelly. You're right. I'm like, I know this voice. You're right. It's Emmett. It's my past boyfriend.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Oh god, you're right. Oh hey, we haven't seen this map in a while. Are we gonna be stopped midway through by a dungeon again?
Here.
Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser.
Do we not have a bed?
Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
What? The ship doesn't have beds?
called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last, my warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Why now? Also, am I tempered?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Hydaelyn has always been, a primal. Zodiark was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Charlian's just over yonder.
I'm gonna look back and she'll be gone. Oh no.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land.
Okay, but have you tempered me?
We shall meet again, and soon.
Have you tempered me? I'd like to... Can I go? Okay.
what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go! Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Charlian.
Oh, I see it.
I don't. Can you pan the camera? There we go.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Charlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Moon. Here we go.
Charlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of
It's
Thalia,
absolutely
patron
epic.
deity of scholars,
Admit.
academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
The Northern Empty. Damn, Marines been doing
I
work.
thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
I should just say he's
Hasn't
Hades.
Charlian all but severed relations with foreign powers. Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration.
I'm sorry, I haven't done the Eureka raids yet.
It might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
Shadowbringers prepared me for this. I had to wait at the DMV.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahat here of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Ah, whoops, you're not here anymore. Your dad disowned you.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
Here's a
We shall keep that in mind.
Here's a Stinian PhD in standing and building.
You will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Missing novice. I'm an artisan. Art of war. That's an art.
Indeed. Your profile describes you as an adventurer, but one also trained in the rather more constructive pursuits of procurement and production. You may enter.
Oh yeah. I think I have a trade class leveled on here.
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Oh no. Ah. Bodyguard. Bodyguard.
If you'll allow me.
You could just say bodyguard.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it.
Is her last name
But while I
Baldessian?
appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Yes, speak with the Taru about that. Alright, quick, somebody, we gotta go attune to the Aetheryte so they can never kick us out. I'm unaccustomed to fabricating lies on demand. Why should it matter how I earn my living? That was about as awkward as expected. Still, we're here now, and that's all that matters. I'm fine, honestly. Better to be waved through with a stern warning than be denied entry, after all. Allow me to extend on to thee my warmest welcome. May the wisdom of my homeland aid us in our endeavors. Even allowing that the years I spent in the first passed here in a blink of an eye, the city feels untouched by time. You are doubtless eager to take in the sights. Not to worry, missing the city is not like to vanish before we finish our discussion. I don't know! I heard the Isle of Baldessian vanished. And I didn't do those raids, so I don't know the nature of it, but... The great city of Sharlayan. You may have noticed some similarities with Crystarium, yes? In fact, Oh, we should really let Kryl have that say first. We can continue this conversation another time. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your legs back. I didn't need to buy a gun blade. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how you might proceed. But this is Missy Anastinian's first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see, therefore I propose we postpone our agenda that you may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at Baldessian Annex. How's that sound? 'Tis a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at Levier Estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I'm equally untethered, as it were. There's no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up an opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a tour of old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetheryte Plaza, was it? I shall join you there anon. We'll see you there. I too have places I will be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. Does Kryle have a thing for Estinian? That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. Where's the highest building that I can stand on top of? I could... Oh... Well, Braha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be a perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Of course, if you'll have me. Come, Charlian awaits. New quest noise. Oh dear, his enthusiasm is infectious, isn't it? After you, my friend. I am more than content to follow your lead. Graha is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with the quest objectives. In the event that you use the Ethernet, Graha will catch up to you so long as you remain in the same area. You can leave Graha behind, however, by entering a different area. You may also speak to him to and select the option to part ways. If you wish to have Graha accompany you again, speak with him and accompany you with the original location. While Graha is accompanying you, next try speaking with Kryle. Let's be on our way. At first stop, amusingly enough, will be Last Stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Kryle is also now accompanying you. Lead your two companions to Last Stand and speak with Kryle at the designated location. While you were accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way which accompany additional topics. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Alright, let's go. I'm on a date with Graha and also Kryle's here. Wameme. Greetings, traveler, and welcome to Charlian. If it's knowledge you seek, you've come to the right place. Who are you? I'm Wameme, an occasional lecturer at the studium. I specialize in natural geography, including the history of the world's topography and climate transitions. I come here for a bit of fresh air between classes, but for some reason, I'm asked for directions rather often, so I decided why not act as a guide. What's this place? Charlian is a city of knowledge. Once a humble settlement founded on by Archon Yunkref and the refugees he rescued from the great flood of the Sixth Umbral Calamity. It since flourished into a grand metropolis you see today. Prior to the Great Exodus, it was common among Eorzeans to refer to our Dravanian colony with the shorthand Charlian, which resulted in the colonists unofficially dubbing our homeland Old Charlian, or the Old World. Alas, the name appears to have stuck. But old or new, we come seeking knowledge from all over the world to record it in the Bibliotheca Historica, among other collections of invaluable wisdom. That's a sight one could hardly forget, the great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Baldessian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. This path leading outwards to the sea is known as Thaliak's Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Charlian people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else, thus when Thaliak was chosen as their patron deity, it was more of a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Charlians can, and do, worship the divinities of their choosing. Can I go in here? No. Grateful to have Kryle help in reacquainting myself with this place. It's almost as I'm seeing it all with new eyes, as you are. Are there other conversation points that I might be missing? Hang on, there's a conversation point back here. No, I already did that one, right? No, I have not done this conversation point. With all the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. I see no reason you couldn't undertake any tasks which pique your interest. You have been cleared by the immigration officials, after all. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Charlian the same way it is in Eorzea. This place is called the Ferrostyle. It's the first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks. You'll find the usual necessities for daily living and some other important vitals running on imports vital to running an island nation, but also supplies that further Charlian's pursuit of knowledge, namely large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seems to keep the attendants busy. Here we are at the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research in nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlian tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? Food is bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one people at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meal no longer, and so he quit his lessons and poured all of his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Charlian, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts in the Isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive terms on the menu, not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Charlian when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha, but Tataru surely has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to this side of the cafe will take us up to the Aetherate Plaza. Now they can never keep me out of here. Suckers! An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, it's perfectly functioning aetherite. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located in this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlian stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principle of Alagan aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our paths lead to northeast to the Agora, Charlian's largest marketplace. Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment? How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Perhaps I'll return here later then. These open-air bookstalls are so uniquely Charlian. I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. Am I missing? No, it's a bookstall. Speaking of Aetherites, those teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tended to rely on the far cheaper ferry services. I was pleasantly surprised when Mr. Sataru informed me that the Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our duties, but I find old habits hard to break. That, and I'd rather not be bothered filling out the necessary paperwork. That's the entrance to the Confluence. I've no doubt that their expertise will prove useful at some point, so I suggest you remember the way here. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Sharlayan, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Oh, am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to the ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetherite Plaza, follow the path up north, then climb the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. Let me go get this ether shard first while we're down here. These little decorative features are typical of Sharlayan architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters in the Isle of Val were rather simplistic and rustic by comparison. This is the Nymphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Sharlayans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It's a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine ewer. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. This grand structure before you is the Rostra. The name bearers refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver opinions and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and its duties and its members are largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can only see its echo. Almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the counselors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. A spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down to the stairs east and continue straight ahead. Oh, did I... Are there any other talking points, or do I have all the lore? Lore obtained. This neighborhood's home to the highest echelons of Charlian society. I never did feel comfortable enough to wander these streets on a whim. We're out at Journey's End. History tells us this was where those who put ashore with Archon Nunkreth built their first homes. In present day, it serves as a residential district for the most important officials and oldest Charlian families. You'll see the one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. The estate belongs to our friends from House Leveilleur. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. With that, we bring our little Charlian tour to a close. I hope it's proven to be entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldessian Annex? For you remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, and follow the path below the Aetheryte Plaza? Correct. After you. My friends and I gathered here from time to time to discuss what we've been reading recently. It truly helped broaden our intellectual horizons. My mother told me never to talk to strangers, so I'm ignoring you. See, this is me paying you no mind at all. Oh, there's a talking point down here. Is that all of them? What am I unattuned to? The Studium, I think. Yeah, I don't think I have the Studium attuned yet. We cross the bridge here, as I recall. Stick to the path, be careful not to end up back in the Aetheryte Plaza. Charlian is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended the exclusive schools they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. Yay, I'm here. Oh, hang on, there's... Yeah, I'm gonna stick with playing Gunbreaker until Gunbreaker is the same level as Summoner, and then I'll swap back to Summoner. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldessian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive at the doorstep of the Phenomenon, but I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you, then. I'm back, and I brought Missing and Raha with me. I like your coat. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to meet you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika Tsunjika, it's been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Tsunjika, Administration Officer of the Students of Baldessian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. The Champion of Eorzea is featured prominently in Kryle and Graha's reports, so for me, this is akin to seeing the fabled hero come to life. It's an honor to meet your acquaintance. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlian. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. The annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it still feels so empty, with so many lost to us, our organization's a shell of its former self. Sorry, I have yet to do Eureka. The day will come when we'll see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that Telophoroi fall. Through that door on the left there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is. You probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I have private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms, perfect for an afternoon doze. I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. 'Twas simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andon just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Alright, hang on a second. There's one more Aethernet shard that I need to hit. Studium's home to all manner of debate, though there are some who have taken to recording forensic victories, even beginning on who will win and who will lose an argument. Betting on who will win and who will lose. Signed House Salvieur, who graduated a while ago, claimed the most wins and is yet to be dethroned. There we go. I have attuned to all Aetherites in Old Charlian. Oh, is there no... No, there is a way out. Normally, it's like, oh, you can also warp to the exit. Do you perhaps have papers pasted on the wall of your room? 'Twas not unusual for occupants to pin up notes or documents and such, and then forget to take them down when they went on their merry way. Sometimes it was quite deliberate, though. You might see complaints addressed to other members, or a thank you card for engrossing literature someone left behind. Beloved traditions that I should know better than to dwell upon. If we are to create a future for students at Baldessian and so many others, we must look to the days ahead. As Graha explained, the Andron's rooms were furnished for folks needing a break from all the night research and recently returned expeditions. The students are used to seeing those walls plastered with articles and diagrams and personal messages, but I imagine it's quite the surprise for our newer guests. Why not take them down, you ask? Well, it's often the same people who stay in these chambers after all. Besides, when I see old notes written by a friend who's since passed, it's comforting in a way if they are still here with us. Oh, and just to be clear, these are properly appointed bedrooms. Any mention of naps is not meant to dissuade you from getting a full night's sleep. I just want to take a look at the room. Hey, yeah. Ifrit. A behemoth. Crystals with which I can do a summoning. Oh, I see. Okay. I've never messed with the... ambient quests. I'll fuck with this later. Feeling refreshed and alert, our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we sit here and wait for them to join us. Gotta love how, like, most of the new world is, just completely obscured. I think, right? Where's the new world supposed to be? Because we're here, we're Charlian, Eorzea. This way is supposed to be... Oh, it's just not even on the map. The new world would theoretically be here-ish. Would be America. Because this is Africa, this is Asia.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Eorzea. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
To defeat the Huns.
Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Charlian, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Charlian focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth.
So they're the SCP Foundation.
Compared to our more isolationist Charlian colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown.
I'm sorry, there was a poster that was Good King Mongol Mog. I need that poster.
The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Charlian is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts. You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Charlian. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alice and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking. Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nidana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Really quick. So I kind of like this gunbreaker. Okay, so let me just see what. I'm just gonna Google what these things give as far as what these coffers give as far as Oh, I have plenty of coffers. I should be looking up stuff more. I wish there was a way to. Is there a way to auto sort? I don't think so. Horse chestnut gear. Yeah, I was saying that it's very, it gives me very like Undertale vibes. Not saying that, but I was thinking that. Horse chestnut gear. Let me see. Can you give me like horse chestnut armor, gear coffer? Here we go. I wish there was a way. The wiki. I want Eorzea collection. I want to know if any of these coffers are worth opening for... Ah, there we go. Thank you. I want to know if any of these coffers are worth cracking for glam purposes. It's the most important thing. Gear sets. Alright, it's Gaja skin, I believe. Let me see. Horse doesn't gear yeah, Gaja skin. GJA? GAJA skin. I rather like the fending set, just not for missing. I don't know, is it dyeable? It is dyeable. Is dyeable. I don't think I like the what's this one? Aiming. Ooh, I like the aiming set. I'm definitely gonna open that one for Mavic, but yeah. What's Dwarven Mithril give? Yeah, sorry, we take a break for fashion. Dwarven. Is it spelled with... It's saying that there's... Huh, okay, so that's... Never mind. Titan Bronze. I'm guessing it's not a full collection, which is why it's not popping up. Ovim and Zonru. Zonur? I'm just gonna copy. Oh, or I'll just click so I can just... Yeah, sorry. We take a break for fashion. This is not popping up either. Dang it. It is a fancy looking coat from the thumbnail, though. You know, I'll deal with fashion later. I want to keep all these coffers and see whether or not I should open them for particular fashion things. Xenos also took a break for fashion, it's fine. Although I've heard much on the subject of Raz at Han, this visit shall be my first. 'Twill be interesting to see how the Hanish mean to contend with the Tower, different as their magical and technological disciplines are. So it's back to Thavnir. Had I known earlier, I would have considered more suitable attire. Have Kral's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnir before, I can travel by Aetheryte, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Kral was the same mind. She's already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. Thou wilt recall the hunt for Icehard, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbrita. Moonbrita was an authority on etherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame my courage failed me at the last. It hath been the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that faithful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus I have kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. It's too difficult. If it's too difficult, we'll manage. Also, because I complain about it all the fucking time, very happy Estinian's like, oh, I've attuned to the Aetheryte. I don't need to travel. I can just teleport. I'm very happy Estinian pointed that out. I love it when they point out fast travel is canon. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking the cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher by the name of Kite. Kite, Kitty? Yeah, we're gonna do Thavnir first. I find it weird that when there's like this Aetheryte feels incredibly close to the main plaza, which feels weird to have them just like right next to each other. Oh, it's rather a lot of stern faces, and my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Krile and the students of Baldessian. We seek passage to Thavnir and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects! Welcome, welcome! Test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard? Allow me to explain. In order to travel to an Aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of ether hurtling along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of Aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an Aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been! For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of Aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been misleading. The user need not attune to these Aetherites, but the Aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that our first test pair of Aetherites have been installed here in Charlie, and the other in Yeldamod, port town in Thavnir. As you may have known, our nation long has maintained strong ties with Razat Han, and indeed, we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum up, we're to test these Aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these Aetherites were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true, and far be it for me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly through the life stream, in the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's plain that you're not most people. Mr. Crowell truly knows how to pick 'em. If I may change the subject, are Masters Whifson and Mistress Bloida not present today? Oh, did you hear? They've recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Before we can teleport without attunement, first we have to talk about parallel universes. Any other questions? No? Let's get on going before you change your minds. Please see your preparations and head outside the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. Though words yet unsaid weigh heavily on my heart, I shall devote mine all to our task in Thavnir. Given my experience with teleportation, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have reservations, but I'll trust in Kryl. I shall teleport the tried and trusted way. Good luck.
Set.
I thought you had a fancy Aetherite already set up.
Just the 4 of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please? Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between two peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay for a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have? What chance? Against such an insidious foe.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Manage to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? Estinian! You there, I need 3 drinks, something that helps with ether sickness. By the man, you said traveler. I mean, greetings. Greetings and welcome. You're wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Amara lassie, made with only the finest and precious ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. Be wary of a warm welcome to, by way of a warm welcome to Thavnir, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. Not for 1, not for 2, but for 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. Elephant Man! Price is high road robbery, and you want to say as much to Estinian, but you realize any words of warning cry will be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand by Estinian using gestures that deny the deal is fair. Oh, you can barely stand. What? Oh, do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie. This merchant is swindling me. Wah! Sincerest apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well, then. Your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. No, it's, Alright. Teensy weensy touch, she says. Not even my hardest night's drinking comes close. Arianje's just silent. Praise be to the 12, my stomach doth loosens its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee and Destinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time excellent, you spared us Tataru's wrath. Sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. I have bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's a Thavnarian weave, though tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. It's incredible. I dare say not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. It's not uncommon for merchants to set such high prices. I am inclined to agree with thine assessment. It doth seem excessive, unusually so. Claiming Thavnir as dominion, the nation of Razat Han hath long been thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arka Sodara, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of the Hanish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over, a development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Razat Han, yet such status can not be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants in a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, the opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain its current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, we've not to lose by learning more. So, ere we seek out Kral's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in, Is it Yedelmod? Yedelmod? Yedilimod? I don't know how I'm supposed to pronounce it. Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Let's split up and make inquiries in town. The pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we'll regroup by the Aetheryte. Off-putting, though, the mere sight of it may be. Crates laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling if they have been as if they've been left for too long. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored in nearby isles with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels further away. Compared to other ports you visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. What am I doing? Recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose these things could be even worse. I have a consortium to keep afloat. Kalzal? I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with a little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kalzal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sails, harboring the Harbor Guild building across the water from here. Well now, if it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Narunair. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still had our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What will become of us? Only the gods know. What do you expect me to do? The Dalmaskins aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And there's a tower sitting on our doorstep spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. This will be an enormous loss. Alright, forget about the Dalmaskins. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all perennial Hannish favorites. Our consortium works closely with the merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, calls all I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? A foreigner, are you? Not a merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. I see, that's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me? My name is, Matya, and I'm here to see Kalzal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Can I help you? I remember seeing you back at the guild. You wanted to speak with Kalzal too, did you? I'm Matya, fisherman of Akiali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kalzal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come see him. Just as soon as he's free, anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. Matya regards you nervously. If I may ask, what is it that you do? Kill gods, save worlds. An adventurer, you say, and you travel the world helping people. Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I've only ever dealt with Kalzal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? If you're willing, please let me know. We can begin at once. The events that follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Okay. Show me how to deal with customers. I'm in your debt. Please try peddling my fish to, we'll say, 3 people here in Yeldamad? There's a proper way to pronounce this, and I'm not doing it. Matsuya is now accompanying me. Yes? Fish, got fresh fish here. Fish straight from the sea's bosom to your mouth. I'm not your bosom. I'm sure your bosom fish are very fresh, but it's rather sudden. I don't need any fish right now, so thanks, but no thanks. Oh, no. Never mind. It goes well it never goes well the first time. I'm sure you'll fare better with the next customer. Can't believe they didn't want my bosom fish. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some, Amara, let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. What do you need so many Amara for? For eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I've gone through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock trader by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing's coming from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment's arriving for this and that. All of it wears me down, so I find myself feeling constantly hungry. I know how you feel. Thank you. Pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed a little chat. It took my mind off my troubles for a moment. God damn. Never mind. If nothing else, you left her with a positive impression. Let's move to the north side of town, shall we? Hi, Eorzea. Would you like fish? The storehouse like any other at first glance, yet in contrast to its scale, there is a distinct lack of activity. Don't lose heart yet. We'll sell something to the next person, I'm sure of it. Eorzea, do you want fish? You don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh god, it's my stomach. Aether sickness? No, nothing so unusual. I'm in a hurry to get back to work. I just ate a little too quickly. Take it easy or eat slowly and savor your food. Would that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. And so I'm working as hard as I can while I still can. Have to be prepared. What an industrious young man you are. Well, it's not like I'm trying to impress anyone. You'll excuse me, I must be getting back to work. Take care. God, I thought, okay, look, I went directly into the sales pitch the first time and nothing didn't work. So I couldn't make a sale. We did manage to build something of a relationship? Thank you so much for your demonstration. Truly was an eye-opening experience. Let's return to the pier. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. Though you didn't manage to sell any fish in the end, but the way you fearlessly approached strangers gave me much courage. When I peddle my wares, I'll remember you by example and endeavor to be fearless too. There's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kalzal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsaya? Or Matsuya. Added an extra syllable in there. Kalzal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? I'm sorry, Matsuya, I truly am, but for now you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't... I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me, and I can't. I won't fail them. Sisters as my witness. Kalzal. Not to worry, using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. I best return to my village. Thanks again, and please take care on the road. There you are. Gotten over the aether sickness, have you? Mayhap owing to the island's small size, the tower's impact upon the people's lives doth appear more pronounced here than in Eorzea. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust? I see. We also heard the tower is affecting many of the locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, the disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly the tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Talaferoi. That Matsuya fellow you were helping, he's, an Arca Sodara? Apparently, 'tis almost exclusively as people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arca Sodara would be the primary targets. For 'tis their faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We best go after him. Akyali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Krau's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled, and we'll make for the village. You don't see Matsuya nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. I can't fly anymore! No! Oh no, it's Matsuya. He got big and angry. Leave me alone, help! Somebody help! Matsuya's voice came from the north. From the north. North is this way. Oh my god. Sir? There we go. Hi, gang. Where'd they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest, think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We've heard the Arcasadara were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing's all we know. The ocean's all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I have heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to call the tower Zot. House of Divinities in the old tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justice justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Would thou not tell us of the divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us? Really? I think I had you peddling fish. To answer your question, yes, of course, we would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to have to share our knowledge and fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay a visit to Akyali? Akyali. I'm gonna pronounce it 20 different ways. My attention span doesn't go back to when I last pronounced it, so I already forgot how I pronounced it the first time. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. So, 'tis the simulacra of Thavnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, that could be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though, indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. Aye, as you said, we do well to study their religious traditions. Welcome to Akiali, my friend. The name means white beach, and there isn't much here save that, but please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us could tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kanga and old Hasveda? They're free at the moment, as it happens. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is from whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Manusia, beings of whom assume the form of men, and the Murga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some can be kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortal souls can be. All are possessed with great insight and experience, and by heeding by their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusia and Murga deities, who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusia, the Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusia coveted the might of the Murga, so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born gods possessed both of might and wisdom. They ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, the sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusia have worn animal faces, and the Murga the limbs of men. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust? While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. They are Manusia. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. The center is the eldest. Sindurva, goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sendurva, goddess of wealth. She counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mindurva, youngest sibling. She presides over craft, and so is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Manusia, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. What are the Murga, if I may ask? The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit the temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possessed a god's head. He is venerated for as the progenitor of the Arkasodara. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? It's said that an ancestor of the satrap, the ruler of Razathan, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as a guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if satrap is ever in need, this dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear, and I'm confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That's very kind of you to say. Thank you. I'll pray for your success. I believe it's time we sought out Kryl's acquaintance. An alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Kryl's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Do you say you're going to Nidhana? How I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful and kind and understanding. Did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes, when you meet her, take care that you don't drown in them. Oh. That ain't great. If there was a battle, there's a conspicuous lack of blood. In such manner did we find them. What could have befallen these people? What in the world?
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
You have a very deep voice for a small child.
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day.
Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit.
Worse, they're are they injured?
Soon we will
Worse,
have
they're
a device
hyperfixated
capable of
workaholics.
nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so.
I'm part dragon.
But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
Instant transmission.
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not?
I should like to draw a file or two, if so. Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Respects.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent a request to your Mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Eorzean style etherite. I cannot see that sinister looking spire while I'm working, but it's always there, lurking in the back of my mind. Picked an odd time to be traveling, didn't you? Well, there's anything you'd like to know, ask away. What is this place? This is the Great Work, but first built by the Daimir family, a line of renowned alchemists. Now people come from across the land to study and practice the science of alchemy in these halls. Each alchemical concoction has a storied history behind it, but we are not simply content to rest on the laurels of the past. We are ever improving and inventing new formulas for the benefit of all. Who are you? I'm one of the many alchemists who live and work here. I was once a botanist, but I found alchemy a calling to me every time I came by to deliver ingredients. Though I first struggled with even the most basic alchemical compounds, I have somehow managed to earn my place at the Great Work. There's always room to improve both the science and the self, however. Hi, Varshan. Pray no mind, mean no mind. I'm only here to be of service, nothing more. 'Tis said that shellfish is ideal for those who have suffered blood loss. Mayhap we should have acquired some from Matsaya. From Matsya. For the days which I have enjoyed such fervor and adoration, but on this occasion I am glad to entrust the burden of popularity to Justinian. They say that horrible fiends have been seen flying out of the tower. I am preparing antidotes for the radiant host in the event that some of them might be venomous. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we're grateful that you would assist us with ours. Although Kryl herself is tied up with another investigation, Missing is an entirely capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the towers from afar and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the Strap bade us alchemists create an enchanted talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our peoples have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to the etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we were able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we'll be ready to conduct a field test, and here's where you and your Blessing of Light come in. What exactly is it you need me to do? Nothing complicated, I assure you. We ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you'll be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you, with permission, of course. In that case, Urianger and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful, seeing as you all work to the point of collapse. I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you could provide. If you're ready, let's put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top of it after seeing to some preparations. No, it's not a way out of here. I hope you don't have trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many sleepless nights, the drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall observe from a safe distance. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat, commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Readying ether, please stand back. What? It's saying please stand back. So, like, do I just... There we go. You're struck by a powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Struck has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirm. Resuming test. Please follow. Why is this is weird. For this part of the quest, what if we had them walk around following a talking lantern? Mission ran another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. So stomach bowel integrity holding confirmed. Resuming tests. Please follow. Sound fortitude rated impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow Embrace for final discharge. Not easier yet, but survive completely unscathed. Theoric exposure testing included. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors. You've returned and not on your knees. A promising sign. Come, let me take the deep off your hands. Thank you. I shall replenish its ether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine? When the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt, there is no risk the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task at hand with easy hearts. Nintana watches with eyes you could drown in. Because Matsuya is into her. You are a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to me assisting with another errand? Our talisman requires the use of special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of the key ingredient, spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go harvest some with a recent spree of kidnappings, however. We Arkasodara travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kajaya's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. I honestly simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out! Easy. Gods, that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I ventured outside to the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I had you to come with me. You're alright, I hope. Let's continue on. It isn't far now, just through the pillars and up the rise. Is that a lizard with guns? Oh, no. No, it doesn't have guns. Here we are. Kajaya's footsteps. Kajaya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate themselves to dance, and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that spirit weed grows here in abundance. I will see about harvesting some at once, if you'd be so good as to stand on guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return so soon, but better safe than sorry.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
Do you trust the satrap?
Completely. Without the satrap and his line, Radzad Khan would not exist. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Daniel! Danny boy!
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Something? Owen?
Was that the guy that we...
Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Is Owen the guy who did the report on primals?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
It sucks that Estinian's preoccupied, or he would be brooding on that cliff and he'd be able to see Fandaniel. I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let's head back to the great work, shall we? My thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. It isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Alright, I'm hungry. I want to get some breakfast and stuff before I got to do work. So, I'm probably going to wrap things up here. I'm happy that I am finally end walking. Let us see who we want to toss things over to. Let's read Dandy in the Bronx. They're doing some Pokemon Go. Do my chat open here. Alright, I should be live tomorrow probably, but tomorrow I believe there's maintenance, so it wouldn't be 14. We could do some Pal World, we could play some Magic. I don't know. Who knows? But raid message, you found the missing persons. If you're on YouTube, we're going over to twitch.tv/Dandy in the Bronx. They're playing some Pokemon Go. Thank you for hanging out. I am happy to finally be in Endwalker. And I will see you guys next